Thank you so much for joining us for Startup Week Tallahassee. For those of you who don't know, it is a week-long schedule of events from today all through Friday. And we have over 13 tracks lined up of almost 50 events across multiple industries, amazing speakers from the Tallahassee community, and some traveling as well to come here and speak to our community. So I'm really thankful to have events like this today. And thank you, Brett and Louis, for joining us today. I'm going to go ahead and introduce them. Brett Bosarge, he's the producing branch manager at Moore Lending Group. And I've known him for several years now, probably 6 years, from BNI. And I know that he's like a super genius kind of guy. He really knows what he's talking about, especially when it comes to lending. I know he knows the financial space really well and well known in the community. People trust him. I myself am a customer. He has helped me and my husband with our mortgage as well. So I'm really thankful to have him here today, as well as Louis. Louis is the loan originator outside sales. He works as a loan originator for Cardinal Financial Company. And he and his wife, I've known them for several years now, who are truly passionate about helping people. His industry experience has taught him to take the time to understand his customers, what's their story, how he could help them in the pursuit of a home. And he sees customers as real people with real goals, needs, and dreams, and get to match them with the best loan product and create a truly seamless lending experience. Today, they're going to focus on funding your investment property. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Julia. I really appreciate having us here, and appreciate Domi Station and FSU hosting such a great event for Startup Week. The idea that we're going to talk about today is funding your real estate. I think Startup Week, what to do about real estate? Investing in real estate a new thing? No, actually not. But what is new, what we're going to hopefully get into a little bit today, is the ease of access, starting up or being a first-time investor, entering that market. It's a lot easier today than it has been with some new lending options that sort of remove barriers. So we're going to get into that. If you're thinking about investing in real estate, today's conversational purpose, we're going to be talking about housing, single-family homes, townhomes, triplex, quadruplex, things of that nature. We're not talking office buildings. We're not talking warehouses. We're not talking industrial property. Residential housing where people live, right? So as I mentioned, it's Startup Week, and we're talking about getting started. So if you don't own any investment property, that's perfect. The conversation is actually specifically for you. The agenda for today is going to go something like this. We're going to talk about the history of real estate. Why is real estate a good investment? What real estate options are close by? What real estate options actually exist today, and what strategies are available? As far as strategies, we actually have a couple of real life examples. And then we're going to do a little bit of conversation about due diligence and about getting started. Right? How do you gear up and get Okay. Gotcha. No worries. There. So when you think about real estate and you want to evaluate it, the question is why, right? Why invest in real estate versus, say, stocks or bonds, right? We're not talking about your personal why of what your motivation is or what your personal drive is, but why invest in real estate as an investment vehicle versus other financial alternatives? if you're here today, you probably have some thoughts in your mind about why you showed up to hear the conversation. Why would you invest in real estate today? Any volunteers to suggest, what might be a good option? Excellent thought. Investing in real estate today is designed to be an income stream that gives you a long-term stability. So as you go down the road, entering retirement years, you have a stable, dependable source of income. That's a great thought. Any other thoughts about why real estate? Excellent point. The income stream is not as volatile as the marketplace, right? If we summarize that, that's a great benefit of real estate. One more. We'll take one more. It's a stable, basically a permanent income, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit later. And it actually is something that you can leave for your children or your grandchildren, right? If you hold it properly inside of a trust or inside of an LLC, it can be tax sheltered, and it's a generational income, very, very much as a possibility if you go down that path. Before we get in too deep today, I want to make sure that we're clear that both Lewis and myself, we are not CPAs, we're not tax advisors, we're not attorneys. We are licensed mortgage lenders. The state of Florida and the feds both have issued licenses to us. And in addition to that licensure, professional experience and personal experience really plays into the things that we're sharing today. In my background over the last 20 years, since graduating from FSU and the College of Business, it didn't look like this excellent building that the Jim Rand Institute is built here. We were on campus. We were in the Rosetta building, sort of tucked away in the corner. And so it's really great to be back today to share. But since graduating, over the last 20 years, my career has been in real estate and in lending, and that's involved me personally managing realty properties, me personally working with contractors to build properties from scratch. And over that timeline, we've ended up renovating, almost gut renovations on a couple of different rental properties. So that gives you a little bit of like real life personal background along with professional credentials that you guys are aware of. But Lewis, why don't you share a little bit about your background?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Great to be here. Really excited about this guys away from it. My name is Louis Dobrzynski. To give you a background about myself, I suppose I'll have to start from the beginning. When Brett hired me at Moore Lending Group, he learned right away that I had a number of skill sets that actually translate well in the mortgage lending world. One of which that comes to mind off the top of my head is my time in insurance. I've actually written a bit of insurance for multiple years. Buyers, folks that are doing investment properties. I've worked hand in hand or side by side with mortgage lenders on the other end of the phone. So I'm very much aware of what a mortgage lender is looking for. So that helps me kind of have an inside track on what's acceptable, what an underwriter might look at and say, or if that might be, needed to be adjusted. My experience in insurance has helped me. Next thing is sales. Sales work with business, the general population. Usually, one of the best things you can offer a business owner is their primary currency that's absolutely precious to them: time and money. Salesperson, if I can help them save time and or money, and are you going to be successful as a salesperson? It's really about relating to your audience, building trust over time, communication. The third thing about me that translates well in mortgage lending is my background with athletes. My primary training and education is strength and conditioning. I've trained athletes all over the country, beginning in Wisconsin, where I was born and raised. I moved down south to advance my career and trained athletes in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and over to Dallas, Texas, and finally here to Tallahassee, Florida, where I've trained Florida State football players from the years 2011 to 2017. So that's actually, as a strength and conditioning coach, I've converted that over to the mortgage world, where my Instagram account is Lou the Mortgage Coach. So follow me if you want. There's some good information on there, and probably get a little kick out of some of the content I put on there too. But yeah, the main things that I've accumulated skills-wise over time is you have to be strong. Communicating with the realtor, borrower is critical for success as a lender. Being encouraging. Athlete needs encouragement. Same thing with a borrower. This is probably going to be the biggest purchase they make in their life. So naturally, they're going to have to be a little bit more stressed out than usual. So you got to give them encouragement. Things very precise. Don't give them too much to digest, and focus on little steps at a time, and then eventually finish. So I suppose you could say I've switched from getting athletes ready for game day. I've now converted over to getting first-time home buyers and investors ready for closing. Brett?
That's great. When he says closing day, that's when the buyer and seller get together and sign the paperwork, and the buyer gets the keys to the property, and it's the closing of the transaction, right? And so we'll use some jargon today, not intentionally, but if we say some things that don't quite make sense, just flag us down, wave at us, and we can dig into that a little bit more. I wanted to share with you a couple quotes. One from our past president, the 26th president of the United States. It was Theodore Roosevelt, if you're not a history buff. And he said, "Every person who invests in well-selected real estate in a growing section of a prosperous community adopts the surest and safest method of becoming independent, for real estate is the basis of wealth." And I thought that was really supremely said. And another quote I want to share with you comes from the Realtor preamble to their code of ethics. And it says, "Under all is the land. Upon its wise utilization and widely allocated ownership depend the survival and the growth of free institutions and our civilization." And those sum up a lot of the attributes and the things that we're going to talk about today. So let's fast forward to some of the historical facts I wanted to share. Let's see, we'll get past all of that. Okay, so what are the trends? You got to ask yourself, if you're going to invest in something, what are the trends and what can you expect? And so we pulled some research, we pulled some charts to bring forward some interesting things to talk about. So the chart that you're looking at here is not a national chart. It is a state of Florida chart. It shows the house price index for the state of Florida from 1970 through 2021. And what the chart shows you is it shows you an average price as it's trended up. And you'll see for a really long time, 1970 to 2007, home values across the state on whole did not go down. They consistently went up. And you start to focus in on 2002 through 2007, they went up a lot. And then you see there's a dramatic downturn. And you can see the vertical bars there, the gray verticals are designations of specific recessions. And you can see on the very right side of that chart, the 2020 COVID very brief recession, and you can see how real estate values picked up as COVID was setting in. Home values picked up. It's an interesting situation, but during COVID, people were sitting at their home and they're reevaluating, okay, I have to work from home, I have to live at home, I'm at home all the time. Is my home conducive to the lifestyle that I want to lead? And it led to a lot of people making decisions to say, well, I need to sell this home and buy something that is more appropriate for me to occupy more of the time. It's quite an interesting situation. And as an investor, yes, it's great that things go up, but you might question what happens when things go down. Any guesses in the room about what did rental rates do in 2008 and following during that downtrend? What did residential rental rates do during the downtrend? Did rental rates follow that downtrend like home values did? Rental rates actually went up, spot on. What we saw is as people transitioned away from ownership, they were either not interested or not eligible to purchase the next property, so they became renters. They became tenants, and so rental rates were really quite stable in the Great Recession in the beginning. Then towards the end of the recession, rental rates continued to trend upward, which is, as an investor, a great divergence from what this chart shows as far as home values. Interesting thing about that 2007-2008 timeframe that the media don't cover very much is inventories. There was a couple of big ticket movies, The Big Short, right? A great movie. For the most part, relatively accurate. But one of the things they didn't talk about in the movie and the media doesn't really talk about is the underlying metrics of the marketplace, the fundamentals of supply and demand. At the end of 2007, there were over 3 million homes available for sale. And that number in isolation might not mean anything, but when across the US, generally 1 million homes are sold per year, you think about that and you realize, wow, there's 3 years worth of inventory available for sale at the end of 2007. And it just so happens that that time frame, the baby boomers and then the Gen Xers, there actually is a population shift, right? And so the average age of a first-time home buyer is 32 years old. And so during that time frame, it happened to be based on US Census data that the number of 32-year-olds had been on a declining trend and was continuing into the 07-08 timeframe. So the market slowdown wasn't simply about the financing issues that some of the movies pointed out, but it was also an underlying supply and demand, and all of that together led to the valuation corrections that you see on the chart. The next one that we have is a chart from about 1970 that covers interest rates. Interest rates have been on a downward slide for a long time, and during COVID, we got to some historic lows. I'm actually probably blocking the chart as I sit here. Yeah. On this side of the chart, you'll see that the interest rates over the last year have really quite ticked up, and there's buyers in the marketplace that are having a little bit of sticker shock, right? Because a 7 or a 7.5% interest rate is something that people aren't used to. When historically, interest rates ranging in the 6 to 7s range is historically normal. It's not necessarily the case if you factor in the recency of 2.5, 3, 3.5 rates just a year or two previous. So you can see that it's not really a astronomical high that we're at. In fact, the first house that we purchased, my wife and I, the first house we purchased 20 years ago was a 7 1/8 30-year fixed interest rate. So it's interesting to see the trends and then to sort of focus in on what that means for for our market today. This last chart that we're going to share comes from the Florida Realtors, and it shows you year over year price change and year over year closed sales, and then the median price of those closed sales. And you can see across Florida and even in our Tallahassee region, 14% or a 15% year over year increase in the median sale price. So it's not something that is a small number, 14 or 15%. Those are eye-popping numbers. It's not a historical number. More historically, you'd see that number be 2, 3, 4, or 5%. And when you get into double digits, it's not continuable on a long-term basis. And you can see the number of homes that's transferred is down about 22% statewide, down about 16% in our region as far as year over year number of closed sales of homes that have changed hands. And that tends to make sense. The higher something is priced, the fewer number of buyers that will show up to make that purchase. And in our case, in our region, we actually might have more transactions if we had more inventory available. We still have a shortage of inventory. So with that being said, what we're going to get into is a couple of strategies that can make sense for investors today.
So, with regard to strategies, technically there's probably more than two, but the two that we're going over today will probably be relatable, and folks probably are more familiar with these strategies. Keep in mind, there isn't necessarily a right or wrong strategy. It really depends on what you, as a potential investor, want to tolerate in terms of how hands-on or how hands-off you want to be. Do you want to make a lump sum up front, or are you willing to play the long game and build your wealth over time? So essentially, you have to ask yourself, what do you want? How is it supplement your primary means of making income? If you have a primary job that you want to stay focused on for a business, your investment strategy will hopefully supplement. Maybe someday you want to replace your primary income and be a full-time investor where you're looking for properties to invest in. Maybe that's what we're going to go over in the next slide, investor cash flow. Or you could go with the fix and flip strategy, which a lot of people are probably very much familiar with. So a little disclaimer with regard to that. In order to be an investor in undertake an investment in real estate, you first must be a home. That's the prerequisite. Now, some folks might feel like they're disqualified for that. Maybe they're still renting. But this is not necessarily a disqualification for you. Your timeline is just 1 year long. You can find an investment or a home to buy today, live in it for a year, and then convert that into your investment property after you've lived in it for a year. Other disclaimer is that with regard to these strategies, no investment strategy, whether it's in real estate, in the stock market, or intending to invest in gold, silver, crypto, whatever you're trying to invest, there is no way. You're going to inherit some degree of risk. Hopefully, when we go over these two strategies, we'll be able to educate you and help you through it so that you mitigate that risk and you increase the chances that you have a good investment that builds your wealth. So the first one I want to go over is investor cash flow. Investor cash flow is the purchase of an investment property with the intention of renting it out. Even then, you can still adopt certain strategies as an investor, wanting to build your wealth, supplement your wealth to your primary income by either short-term, as Airbnb, for example. There are seasons in Tallahassee that you can take advantage of, provide a service people from out of town, for example, visitors. Tallahassee had around 2.4 million visitors last year. They're projected to have similar numbers this coming year in 2023. You, as a potential investor, can rent out your property to one of those visitors, and it can be quite lucrative if you know how to market your investment property to those folks. So there's a couple of things that come to mind for me as far as Airbnb, people who are interested in Airbnb. One of which is Florida State football games. A lot of people come from out of town to see big games at Joe Campbell Stadium. Another one is the basketball game. Basketball is on the rise. Sports are a big reason why people come all over the country to come to Tallahassee to watch football and basketball players play. Second one, or another one, in addition to that, is whenever we're in legislative session. You have politicians and their staff coming from all over the state of Florida to stay here. They might not stay. Maybe it's too busy. They don't like all the traffic. It's not very comfortable. They have to fight traffic. They might want to stay in an Airbnb where they have a little bit more privacy and freedom. Those are a couple of things that come to mind as a property investor, that you can take advantage of the unique situations that occur in the city of Tallahassee. If that's not anything that you're interested in, you can, of course, like I said earlier, take advantage of the long-term scenario where you are signing one-year lease contracts with a tenant year in and year out, and they customize that, whether you want to do maybe 6 months or months. The point is that you have a opportunity to make your investment property your own, supplement your income in a way that is what you want to do. Another pro is, of course, generating passive income. That's the dream. Building more wealth while you sleep is a really attractive idea. The less active you are in building your wealth, the more it affords you freedom to divert your attention elsewhere. Like I said before, maybe you want to work a 9-to-5 job, maybe you want to start your own business, and your investment property is a supplement to what you want to do and building your wealth that way. If you, as an investor, want to be a little bit more passive, you can hire a property manager to handle all of the little things that happen naturally over time. Your tenant might have something that goes wrong in your property. Well, usually first-time investors might be a little bit more active because they don't have as much money to throw around at hiring an investment property manager. So over time, if you build your wealth, buy a couple of properties, and you start to build your portfolio, you might be interested in hiring a property management company. But keep in mind, of course, there is a consequence to that where it will kind of cut into your net profit. So again, it all depends on what you want to do, how much you want to commit to this, or if it's just something that, like I said, complements income. So we've gone over some of the pros. Does anybody have anything in addition to the list as far as maybe drawbacks or something that might be of concern to you that maybe you want to address? Because obviously I want to, if I can, help you work through things that I give you. Yeah. 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 There's a lot of uncertainty in real estate. People are like, well, my car's supposed to happen. That's true. Even in those declines, real estate still remains one of the top ways to build wealth. As Brett touched on earlier, it's always something that you can finance and want to take advantage of when times are up. You can sell it for, hopefully more than what you purchased it for. You can build your wealth several different ways. You're right, absolutely right. There are sometimes they go out of it. I liken the quote where it's with regard to stock market. It's not necessarily about timing the market, which is what you're talking about. It's more about time in the market. So if you can weather the storm, so to speak, you're still going to hopefully build your wealth.
I was just going to say, as an investor, you're absolutely right. An inflation radar, right? So you're watching for inflation, you're watching for the effects of that on your investments or the effects of that on your personal budget, right? Your buying power when you go to the grocery store is you don't come home with as many groceries as you used to, and you spent the same amount of money, right? Interestingly enough, when we talk about the buy it, rent it, and keep it strategy, a long-term rental is a great inflation hedge. It's a great inflation protector because as the cost of living goes up, part of that calculation is rents and housing, right? So as an investor, you get to direct how much you're going to raise the rent or how much your property manager is going to raise the rent. Now, of course, you don't want to raise it to such a level that the tenants vacate, right? But because as the investor, you're in charge of that rental rate, you do have an ability to keep up with inflation. If your taxes go up, if your insurance goes up, just the cost of ownership trends upward, that gives you the opportunity to do that. Should we get into one of the examples? Lewis pulled a couple of examples together. And so this particular property is a little 2-bedroom, 2-bath townhouse right here in town. It's over on the northeast side, and it is actually a little foreclosure. The foreclosing bank, the foreclosing entity, has reclaimed the property, and they've put it up for sale. And it's got a $159,900 asking price. Being that it's a foreclosure, there's going to be some fix-up, right, that needs to be done, some carpet, some paint, probably some landscaping. But once you do that, we did a little homework, and in this area of town, the rents that you could expect anywhere from $1,250 to $1,450, around $700 a bedroom is sort of the outlook. But it's a great example of just a retail available property. And when we say retail, what we mean is it's publicly available for sale. It's something that anybody could show up, make an offer on, negotiate, and potentially create a purchase. There's another category of homes that we would call off-market properties. And as you get into an investment strategy, a strategy that seeks out and finds off-market properties is another great avenue to find properties. But what we're talking about on our strategies here, especially with the buy it and rent it, what's really different today about the lending options that are available is that you don't have to have some of the barriers that used to be there aren't there anymore. So for example, on the rental strategy, you have to have a credit profile that's acceptable. You have to have the assets available, right? The minimum down payments for that kind of scenario, you're looking at probably 25% to 30% out of pocket. So you have to have the assets, you have to have the credit history, you have to have your residence that you've been paying for on time. But what's really nice about all of that is as you grow in owning your residence, you're going to check off all those boxes. And as a rental property, the funding sources that we use, they look to the rental property for the source of repayment. They don't necessarily look to the investor. The investor's like the guarantor, but the funding sources, when you get approved for something like that little 2-bedroom townhouse, the funding sources are looking at what rents does that townhouse produce, and that's the source of repayment for the loan. So in this particular example, your mortgage payment is probably going to be in the range of anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. So you're creating cash flow off of that unit right from the very beginning after you get it stabilized and occupied. So let's roll forward to our second strategy that Lewis wanted to share with us today is the fix and flip.
So with fix and flip, it is, as the name implies, a lot of people. but I wanted to get into what's not our usually, it's not 2-year-old home, 5-year-old, probably not even. Probably looking at much older homes that are very much obviously aesthetically outdated. Naturally, over time, those homes are going to have some wear and tear. Going to have outdated appliances, cracks, tile, seals of the windows might be failing. There's probably a number of things that might be wrong with some of these homes that we're intending to fix and then hopefully profit, flip it later. So good news, Tallahassee has a lot of homes that were built in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. There can be a lot of opportunity out there. Investors should find something that they like. Again, we'll show you in a little minute that we found a property that is what we feel is a strong fix and flip opportunity that is available today. We just checked it actually earlier this morning to make sure that is still for sale. They do get snapped up pretty quick. So if you're going to implement the strategy, you're probably going to want to move quickly because they don't, they can be actually snapped up before they even go to market. If there's investors that really know what they want, they find those things. They can be very aggressive in finding those markets. Definitely need to know what you're looking for. Some of the ways that you can really benefit from fix and flip strategy is building a lump sum of money quickly in a relatively quick amount of time, 12 months or less. Buy the property, you fix it up. Hopefully you have a plan that you move along pretty quickly as well. Because let's face it, time is against you as a fix and flipper. Because while you own that home that you're intending to sell, you're still having to pay insurance, taxes, monthly payments, all those things. And so you want to have a plan. You want to have whatever it is, whatever strategy you're going to improve the home. Make sure you get your orders in right away. If you're going to update the appliances, paint, all of those things, definitely want to have a plan because let's face it, it is a high risk, high reward scenario. Yes. No, you're good. Go ahead.
There's not a lot. And what,
Victoria is a
yeah. Yeah. One strategy that I've seen, I have one investor friend, he's implemented this strategy and hope he doesn't mind that I share it. But when you think about short-term rentals, right, that takes a certain mindset to be an Airbnb host, right? And this particular investor, what they've done is they've found, what's the word? They found rental property that's available for a long-term lease, right? And it might not be freshly painted and it might not have a visual appeal. But what they will do is they'll negotiate a rental rate with that landlord and sign a 1-year lease. And it's all contracted and it's legitimate. But what then they do is they make it available. They're the tenant, but they make it available on Airbnb as the Airbnb host, right? So without ownership, They still have obligations, right, to pay the rent, keep the utilities, keep the place looking nice, to get it cleaned and turned for the next Airbnb guest. But that's one way that you can, if you've done it right, you're going to make more money than you're spending on maintaining the lease and the utilities, right? And if you do it well, where you're making the rental property available to people from legislative session, or you're making it available for one of the home football games with Florida A&M or FSU, then all of a sudden you're making an income stream that's really not costing you anything, because the income stream is your net profit. Which leads me to a comment that I wanted to share. Robert Kiyosaki, in almost all of his books, his definition of an investment is something that pays you to own it, right? So when you buy it and you stabilize it and you get it into performance, is that investment paying you to own it, right? And there are a lot of people that have the perspective that my home is an investment. Well, by Robert's definition, it's not, because your home doesn't pay you to own it. You pay to live in it, right? Because you're paying the mortgage and the taxes and the insurance and for the upkeep. So to answer your question is, if you're not ready to make the purchase today, finding ways to supplement your income streams so you can accumulate that basis of cash so that you can then go and purchase the investment that's going to pay you to own it. It's a very creative question and a way to do that. Yeah. There- right, right. Right. And in today's world, with the funding sources that are available, the buy it and rent it is an easier strategy to enter into. The fix and flip, the buy it, fix it, sell it strategy, it's a higher risk but potentially higher reward, right? And so the opportunity with both of the loans that we're talking about really centers on, do you have the assets, right? Do you have the funds available to make the purchase? And do you have additional funds available that we would consider to be reserves, right? Emergency reserve funds, right? And then on the renovation project, do you have a valid renovation plan, right? You don't necessarily have to hire a general contractor. You may decide to do so, but if you're not hiring a general, you're hiring the plumber and the electrician and the tradespeople yourself. So what is your strategy for getting the property stabilized and brought up to its highest and best use so that you can resell it? When we work with clients, that plan, that write-up, that description of what they're going to do and how they're going to do it is really a key part of these type of projects being approved. So here's another local example. It's a great house, 2,700 square feet. It's just dated, right? And it needs to be refreshed. The realty team that has it for sale, they've priced it appropriately. 2,700 square feet at $265, it's less than $100 a foot. Probably is going to need about $100,000 of renovation. And once that's complete, you really probably do have a 400 to 425 opportunity to resell that. So in a fix and flip scenario, you've got a lot of things to deal with. You've got a lot of variables to accommodate. And like Lewis said, you don't want the interest alligator eating you up, right? Every month, right? You're carrying the interest on the loan. So you want to make sure that you can implement your plan effectively and get the property turned so that you can get it back on the market at a time frame that can work for you. So we've been talking off and on with the different questions about startup requirements, and every client scenario is different. Every pathway to real estate investing, which is what makes it so fun, is it can be customized. It can be customized to your specific scenario. One of the things Lewis shared is if you don't own a home now, if you're a tenant right now, really the first step towards this path of real estate investing is buying a home, right? And going through that process, understanding what that's about. And it's much easier to convert your existing residents. Maybe you've been there 2 or 3 years and you've gotten the house really stabilized and there's really no maintenance issues and it's in really good shape now. It's a lot easier to convert your current residence that you've been in for a few years to convert that to a rental and then go buy your next property. Sometimes it's easier to do that than to buy the rental property outright, right? To go and make the purchase of the rental property. Another thing to think about as you're planning to get started is the loan options that we've presented. You can take these opportunities in your personal name, or you can actually make those purchases through an LLC. Not every funding source has that flexibility. Sometimes there's no LLC option. So in that case, really a quality insurance coverage with plenty of liability coverage would be obviously recommended. So as far as the startup requirements, it really is where's your position now and what is that path to move forward to get started? We talk a little bit about that, but the next slide that we wanted to show is due diligence. It's easy to say you can buy something and it'll make money. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Depends on the quality of your due diligence, right? When you think about your due diligence, like what are some of the concerns, right? Like what are you going to want to investigate when you go out and you look at a property and you're thinking about making that first investment? Any thoughts about like what scares you the most? What are you going to investigate first? Yep. Yeah, your renovation cost, what is it going to take to stabilize the property? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that just takes time to work through, right? To figure out, what are these challenges, right? You need to fully look at and investigate the property, right? A full inspection of the property, a full understanding of what the rehab renovation costs are going to be. But there's intangible things, right? The prior owner could have had IRS tax liens. Those could or could not have attached to the title, right? You could have outstanding code violations, right? That have fees associated with settling them, right? There's a lot of due diligence things that you can look at. The biggest thing that I wanted to share with you guys about due diligence comes down to one word: assumptions. What assumptions have you made about the property? Right? What have you assumed, right? Well, like the townhouse, we assumed that you could rent it for $700 a month per bedroom. Is that an accurate assumption? Is that based on facts and data, or is that just a guess, right? And so those are your intentional assumptions. What about those unintentional assumptions, right? Like you got the electrician to come out, give you a quote. Here's what it's going to take to rewire the house. You buy the house, and then you call the electrician. Okay, we're ready to start the rewire. The electrician doesn't show up. What's your plan B? Right? Those unintentional assumptions. It's an unintentional, probably, assumption that people that send you the quote or the bid to do the work, you've probably unintentionally assumed that they're going to show up to do the work, and maybe they don't. So when you think about due diligence, I would just encourage you to think about what have you assumed, and are those assumptions based on facts or just based on like natural course of doing business? And so like with the electrician, just have two quotes, right? And you know which one you want to start with. and you can go with the second place quote if you need to. So we tried to reserve a little bit of time for question and answer. I know we've been doing it all along in this group setting that we're in. Any other thoughts or questions that we didn't get into? It's a great question. So leveraging an established business to help obtain approval to make that next purchase depends on the scenario, right? As far as underwriting the approval for that, the existing business needs to be able to continue to be successful, right? So if the business was going to it was going to give you a payout as the owner, right, and you were going to use that payout to make that next purchase. The question would that existing business still be able to function without those assets available, right? And if that was true, then absolutely, that could be a great source for accumulating capital to make your next purchase. Well, it definitely could be for a first-time investor purchase, right? If it's a first-time primary residence purchase, the scenario is a little different. It follows a different underwriting path, really. So it just depends. It's very customizable. Great question. Any thoughts that we didn't cover that you were hoping that we would cover today? Great. Well, we appreciate y'all being with us and sharing the time with us. I know you have a choice in what you do, and your time is definitely valuable, so we appreciate you sharing it with us. Thank you.
I'm excited to share with you what has been an 8-year journey for Domi Station. This video shares the story of entrepreneurs and collaborators in our community at Tallahassee. This region really is growing an innovation for us. This video is going to highlight all the impact that Domi Station has been able to create in Tallahassee. If you have a chance, feel free to join us throughout the week at Tallahassee Startup Week of 2022. We have a lot of events, a lot of impact, but Domi Station's story is a big part of that. And so this video has been in the background, really highlighting all of that connections, all of those impacts. So I'm excited to share what has been taking many individuals, hundreds, if not thousands of hours to get to this place, to make this impact in our community and our region. Thank you for joining me.
The biggest benefit that Domi brings, it brings people together.
It's important for us to have a space where we can grow into and collaborate as a team, and we found that in Domi.
Had I not come to Domi, would not have started the modern Divya.
Every time I walk into Domi, I'm ready to get to work.
There's no limit as to what this Domi cannot do. It's a whole suite of services and assets that any young entrepreneur needs and wants to have access to.
The most invaluable asset that I got from Domi was the mentorship. The folks with areas of expertise that I so needed to help me not only structure how I would do my business, but it gave me the confidence to pitch my business.
We're all very interested in growing and learning and becoming better at what we do. That's what attracted me to Domi. Once I started freelancing, I rented some space here, met a lot of cool people. I got quite a few clients from here, and that gave me the confidence to say, yeah, I can build this, I can build anything.
You know, co-working at Domi was extremely pivotal for me personally and for DivvyUp as a whole. What started essentially on FSU's campus, then to Domi, then to our first 600 square foot warehouse, and now for a total around 50,000 square feet. It's pretty surreal to see how much we've grown in Tallahassee.
Domi was not government owned. It was founded by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs. And its fuel and its growth in the future will be based off of that model.
The beauty of what Domi is it's folks who are living what they are teaching others.
Like-minded people, other people kind of going through this journey of entrepreneurship, able to come together and share ideas. And the more we can invest in innovation, I think we'll see Tallahassee grow.
The way that I look at life and the way that I look at business is just a series of yes and no decisions. Domi is one of those yes-no decisions that, had it not happened, who knows where DivvyUp would be.
So for us, it's really finding the right tools for collaboration in a remote world, but also having a space like this to kind of come together and collaborate in person.
You owe it to yourself to find out if there's a possibility if Domi is for you. I'm glad I took that chance on myself and my business.
Now the opportunity is for the community to embrace Domi. It's a critical part of the economic infrastructure of this community, of this part of the state. Exciting stories that are transforming this entire region every single day. If you're an entrepreneur, come on in. This is Domi.
taking a few moments and sharing that with us. I'm excited to be here, a part of this journey as we continue to grow that impact in our region. Domi's story is just starting, like many of our entrepreneurs. Even though it's taken us 8 years to get here, it took 200 years for Tallahassee to get here, and our community is coming together in a way that is momentous, is driven, and is intentional for the growth of our region. So thank you for participating this week and coming out to these events. I think it's a great way for us to collaborate, connect, and Domi is excited to be here to be a part of it. event at Startup Week. This is a great conversation. We're excited to have Kurt Bender here with us. And thank you for those joining us online. You can find the whole event agenda at domestation.org/TLH Startup Week. We'd love to have you here in person if you have the opportunity to join us. Kurt?
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Robert. It is a pleasure to be back at Startup Week where entrepreneurs connect with the ecosystem. I don't believe that's the official tagline, but that's been my experience. I am Kurt Bender. I'm a student entrepreneur, public servant. I like to say I'm a student of life that creates adventures to pay forward the talents I was gifted. And today I will be talking about business entities and some brief tax considerations. So if you're a beginner entrepreneur and you would like to know what type of entity may best suit your needs, or you like to know what comes with that if you've already started, what the organizing documents are and things of that nature, let's jump right into it. Considerations in selecting the right form, liability, asset protection, and of course, there's always going to be a hodgepodge of stuff that is at the end. So you want to stay until the very end. What is an entity? Do they hurt? Are they expensive? How do you create one? And which entity is best for me and my business? Something you'll notice, I like to think I'm a comedian, and I'll start off with a good joke about lawyers. There's a genie in a bottle. A guy finds the bottle and he rubs it. Or it could be a lamp, whatever your imagination leads you to. And out comes this genie. And the genie says, I'll give you 3 wishes. What do you want? The guy says, oh, that's easy. I wish there were no more lawyers. Poof, all the lawyers are gone. Then the genie picks up his bottle lamp and starts walking away. The guy says, hey, what happened to my other 2 wishes? The genie says, sue me. So when you're thinking of an entity, it's easiest to think of it between the 2 different types. There's incorporated entities and non-incorporated entities. A incorporated entity would be a C corporation and a nonprofit corporation. You incorporate those. You'll notice that there's an S corporation here, but that's under subchapter K. So I'm labeling this by the IRC, the Internal Revenue Code, which gives the IRS all their rules. The IRS enforces the IRC. So in subchapter C, which is why we call it a C corporation, because it's in subchapter C, you have corporations. In subchapter K, you have partnerships, LLCs, and S corporations. And we'll talk a bit later about how you go from a C corporation to an S corporation. And then we have disregarded entities, a sole proprietorship, or even an LLC if you're a sole member. And these are tax classifications. One of the 2 benefits of having an entity is limited liability protection, or to protect yourself and your assets. Another big advantage is tax savings. Mostly we gather it around tax savings because that's pretty important. I'll begin with a corporation. Sensitive mic, clicker here. A corporation is an independent entity aside from the owner. And it's helpful to think of this as a fiction. It's not a real thing. It's an entity. It's a creature of state statute. Every state has its own corporation statute, its own LLC statute, its own partnership statute. Nationally, there's revised partnership acts, revised LLC acts, and things of those nature. That's to give a general guidance to the states so that there's uniformity, but each state can vary from that. It does not dissolve when an owner dies. So that's one good thing. We'll talk a little bit later about asset protections and liability protection. So if Kurt was to start a business and I was to pass away tragically, or I would become seriously disabled, that's the end of my business. With a C corporation, you've heard of, this has been in business since the 1800s or something of the nature. It lasts indefinitely. A corporation, think of it as a person. There was a Supreme Court decision that corporations have the right to free speech. I was recently involved in politics, and that's a big issue there. It is, how much money can corporations spend in politics? And the Supreme Court of the United States said, well, a corporation's its own person, and it has legal rights. It has the rights that many individuals have. So generally in legal parlance, when someone says person, it means an entity or an individual. When they're speaking of a natural born human, they say the word individual. But not everyone gets that distinction, so you could get to see it cross around. A corporation can enter into contracts. Clearly, it could pay taxes. Nearly anything could pay taxes. The government likes to collect the taxes, and we'll get to that a bit later. It could transact business. Here's a fun fact. I can start Kurt Corporation 1 and Kurt Corporation 2. I could be the only person in both of those, and then I can have Kurt Corporation 1 enter into a contract with Kurt Corporation 2, and that'd be perfectly legal. Here's an example of how that can happen. Let's say that I wanted to start a brick and mortar business, say a flower shop. I would start Kurt LLC. Kurt LLC would buy a building, and then I would start a florist shop. I happen to dabble in flowers, so I'll just use the name Bouquets by Bender. Bouquets by Bender would be its own LLC, and I could cause Kurt LLC that owns the building to give a lease to the other LLC that sells the flowers. And that's a good thing. Or I could have a LLC that leases space to a corporation. And one of the reasons to do that's for tax benefits. And we'll get into that a bit later as well. One thing to note about a corporation that is not typically recommended for the newcoming entrepreneur is that there's a lot of formalities in having a corporation. You have to have minutes, the bylaws, you have to have certain officers in place, and it's a bit tedious. With an LLC, on the other hand, there's not as many rules that you must follow. Typically, that's represented as corporate formalities. We'll talk a little bit about limited liability now. Because a corporation, or let's just say entity in general, is a separate thing aside from the person, it has its own liability attached to it. We'll get into that more, but in this phase, it's important to note that if you don't follow the formalities for a corporation, there's something called piercing the veil, which it's easy to pierce the veil. Usually there has to be other factors involved, such as commingling your money, not properly funding the entity. But with a corporation, failing to follow the formalities may lead you to having a liability crisis. Next is partnerships. In the olden days, there was two types of entities. There's a corporation and there's a partnership. A partnership, and let me get this, use a quote. A partnership exists when two or more persons co-own a business and share in the profits and losses of the business. A more informal way to say that it's when two or more persons venture to make profit, venture into a business to make profit. And maybe or maybe not, you've been in many partnerships in your life and you didn't know so. That's why it's very important to understand these distinctions of entities. If myself and Bob, who's not sitting there, but I see him, if myself and Bob wanted to go into, let's say, the delivery business, and we said, okay, let's each put together $30, that's $60, we'll buy $60 worth of products, and which one of us do not have class, or whichever one of us do not have work, we'll deliver. We just formed a partnership. That's two persons entering into business for profit. That means that I have the liability that Bob has, and Bob has the liability that I have. So if Bob causes an injury while partaking in that business, I have the same liability. A partnership generally doesn't have liability protection. And there's different types of partnership. I'm speaking specifically about a general partnership, and that's where folks stumble into. And that can also happen even if you have an entity. Because remember, an entity can be its own person. So if I have Kurt 1 LLC and Bob has Bob 1 LLC and our LLCs go into business together, then arguably we formed a partnership. A lawyer will try to distinguish and say it's a joint venture, but at the general level, it's a general partnership. And I'll go back to partnership a little bit more. So it began with corporations and partnerships, and a partnership was just too general. So in Florida, I think it was in 1982 that we established our LLC Act. And an LLC is sort of a hybrid of a corporation and a partnership. One of the downsides to having a partnership is that the units in a corporation, we think of it as stocks. In a partnership, it's units. It can't be as flexible. For example, in a corporation, you can have class A, class B. In a general partnership, it's just two persons going into business. And it's just how you start it. If you split it 50-50, it's presumed that you split everything 50-50. For example, if you have 50-50 profit, it's presumed that you have 50-50 loss. If you have 60-40 profit, it's presumed that you have 60-40 loss. But with an LLC, it's a limited liability company. Many folks think it's a limited liability corporation, but it's a limited liability company. And it's a hybrid between a corporation and a partnership. Like a corporation, it offers limited liability protection. And like a partnership, it's flexibly taxed under subchapter K of the IRC. In a few moments, I'll ask an audience member. I know I chatted with some folks before, and we'll give a live demonstration of this, so it's a bit more practical. An LLC does not have the formalities that a corporation has. It's not required to hold regular stockholder meetings, management meetings, and it's just generally a lot more flexible than a corporation. This is a very long quote here, but this is there's no better way to say it that I've found. In most situations, the analytical process requires that the client and it's kind of a mouthful. You could read this later, but you need to consider a lot of different matters when selecting the right type of entity, and don't let any of this scare you. For example, you need to consider the projected earnings, losses, capital expansion needs, debt levels, possibility of adding new owners, exit strategies. And here's, I'll do something here. Most startups eventually become a corporation. And the reason being is the formalities. It's that investors want the formalities that they can count on. That's regular stockholder meetings. That's the defined classes of shares, because an LLC is a lot more variable. But if you're an entrepreneur starting a new business, I would recommend that you start as an LLC. And when it comes time for that big seed capital or something of the nature of that, you can always reorganize, or you can stand up a corporation to buy all the assets and to buy the LLC as a going concern, so it essentially swallows it. But big time investors, they typically prefer a corporation unless it's a real estate venture. So here's some good things right here. The difference between the entities, and I'll go over this and then we'll use a live example. Most entities have a limited liability protection. Actually, all of them do. Right here is a sole proprietorship. Does anyone know what a sole proprietorship is? Do you know what a sole proprietorship is? Yeah, an individual working. That's if I start up a business and I started cutting lawn and I didn't do anything else, I'm a sole proprietorship. Double taxation. Now, this is one of the biggest knocks against a corporation. An entity is naturally considered something that's not the person, but when it comes to a corporation, it's literally considered a person, aside from the individual that started the corporation. Now, why is that important? It's because the IRS wants to tax the person. So you hear something called double taxation. That means that when the LLC, when the corporation makes money, it gets taxed at its own tax rate. And then the people that own the corporation gets taxed, they get taxed at their individual tax rate as well. A partnership and a LLC and then an S Corp, which we'll discuss, does not have double taxation. So yes, a corporation, no to partnership, no to LLC, and no to S Corp. And how does a C Corp become an S Corp? You file an election. I think it's a form 2553, but don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I've done that. But you essentially file a form with the IRS to designate it as a S Corp. If you go to Sunbiz, where you register your entities with the state, you won't find a registration for an S Corp, because an S Corp is a federal tax classification. It's a tax matter under the IRC, not necessarily a state entity matter. Flow through taxation. Does anyone know what that means? It's I'll ask you over there, young man. Do you know what a flow-through taxation is? Do you know? How about you in the back over there? Do you know what a flow-through taxation is? Okay, I'll answer it. I know. A flow-through taxation means that So I think it'll be easier for me to chat with this because this is recorded for the online, right? Correct. Mic check, check. I mentioned earlier real estate businesses. Does anyone know what the concept of depreciation is? What's depreciation? Exactly. I never get this word right. Amortization. It's amortized over a period of year. Does anyone know what the term expensing mean? I'm sure we all heard it. It's just a business expense, right? But you can only expense things that has a valuable life of 1 year or lower. So if I was to buy a pen, I can expense that pen. If I was to buy something like a laptop, I might not be able to expense that laptop. So I would have to depreciate that laptop over the useful life of it. Now, let me do a disclaimer here. I do not practice tax law at all. So I'm going to give you the general principles of this. So when it comes to real estate, if I was to buy a $100,000 building, and shout outs to Sam, he is a tax attorney, and I think that his presentation will be on Wednesday. He has more specifics there. But if I was to buy a building and I bought it as a C Corp, the depreciation of that stays within the corporation. It doesn't flow through to me. But if I was to buy a building as an LLC, I think it's 15 years, and I could be wrong on that, but it's the principle I'm giving here. And that value of the building, let's say $150,000, over 15 years, I would get $10,000 back for the useful life of that building. So for example, if the pen is, I use it up, it's gone, I already did that as a business expense. But when it comes to real estate, it may take 15 years. And again, I say I'm not a tax attorney, and this is just to give you the concept of it. So that's one of the benefits of buying real estate in an LLC. You'll see that most property managers, when they buy real estate, it's always through an LLC because they want to get that tax savings. So that depreciation that goes to your tax liability. And that's one of the benefits of flow through. And we'll go right here to basis. I'll talk about that. There's quite a few slides dedicated to basis, but essentially, when someone says I'm a 50% owner of a business, they're typically talking about outside basis. That's the basis that you have in the business, but there's a whole nother undiscovered world of inside basis that many entrepreneurs don't know about. So I hope that you learn about it here. Has anyone ever learned a term of capital accounts? Okay. So a capital account is what measures the owner's basis in the company. And there's a few slides dedicated to that. I just want to mention it now. Now, one of the best things about a LLC or a partnership, but particularly an LLC, is special allocations. And why would that be important for an entrepreneur? Well, this is why. It's say that I wanted to start a business and I have the idea, I have the energy, I want to get it done, but I don't have the money. Well, I would go get myself an investor. And let's say that investor invests $100,000 in there. The first few years of the business, there's likely to be a lot of losses. Now, if I'm the broke entrepreneur that I am, then losing money doesn't help me offset my taxes. Makes sense? Because I'm not making enough to have a tax liability to need those losses to offset my taxes. But my wealthy investor, they make a lot of money, so they have to pay taxes, so they can enter into a reasonable arrangement to where the losses that the business suffers goes to them so that they can offset their tax liability. And a C Corp doesn't allow tax allocations. So in the startup phase, if you get an investor, they may prefer that you get an LLC so that they can get the losses attributed to them, a reasonable amount of the losses attributed to them so that they can offset their tax liability. And we mentioned formalities. Now, one of the biggest benefits, I noted that there's taxes and then there's liability. And liability is different than guilty. So guilty is if someone sues you or sues your business, they're suing to see whether you're liable for the damages or you're not liable. I know in law school, we always got it confused. Guilty deals only with criminal law. So if you're suing a business, it's not to find them guilty, it's to find that they're liable for whatever harm that was caused and they're liable to pay the damages. So think of it, you can think of it like guilty, but that's not helpful because liability is the broader term and you can limit the amount of liability. You could think of liability like exposure to damages, exposure to harm. And typically, let's use an example here. I think this will be pretty good. Is a classic example of Uber, or the more classic is of the FedEx driver. If the FedEx driver gets into an accident on the road, who do you think should be sued? You just walked in, so I am going to ask you here. Who do you think should be sued? And why? That's a great thing. And because likely the driver is within the scope of their employment and FedEx hired the driver, probably gave them the route, they gave them the vehicle, and then the driver got in an accident. This is called the concept of respondeat superior or vicarious liability. So it's if I'm a business owner, I'm vicariously liable for what my employees do. There was a big lawsuit regarding Uber. Do anyone remember that as whether Uber drivers are independent contractors or employees? That was recent, and there's a few reasons why. One is liability. Is because if they're independent contractors, then it's arguable that Uber is not responsible for the activities of those independent contractors. Another, of course, big cause of that lawsuit is benefits. If they're independent contractor, then they don't deserve as many benefits as employees do. And that's there's a whole list of factors, but all of this comes under the theory of agency. If I am a business owner, I am Uber, or I am FedEx, the driver is an agent of the company. Make sense? And there's 3 different ways to determine whether there's agency. And this is pretty important because a lot of startups don't have formal documents. It's that you bring a friend in, the friend helps you out for a while, they get known, and then something could happen, right? So how do we tease apart whether that friend is a part of the business and whether you're vicariously liable for them? There's 3 types of authorities. There's actual authority, apparent authority, and there's no authority at all. So actual authority is my friend was actually acting for my business, right? That's a clear cut. Apparent authority is about the third party. Does the third party reasonably believe that my friend was acting for my business? And I'll give you an example here. Let's say I go to Best Buy and I see a nice MacBook and I want to buy this nice MacBook. I go up to the counter and I say, hey, this MacBook costs $1,000, but I only have $900. Can you sell it to me for $900? And the employee says, sure, I'll sell it to you for $900. And I buy it and I'm walking out and then I get tackled and arrested. Let's tease that apart here. Who thinks that I'm wrong, or who thinks that I committed a crime? No one thinks I committed a crime. That's good. Why? It's because did that employee have actual authority to mark that down? Most likely not. You can't mark down a MacBook 10% like that. I don't even think Apple will let you do that. However, for the third party, for me, they likely had apparent authority because they were there, they worked at the store. And for me, it's apparent that they had that authority. So that's apparent authority. So likely in that situation that I was not in the wrong and that Best Buy would have to eat that cost. And then there's no authority at all. So for example, if I see someone walk behind the counter with a UPS shirt at Best Buy and they told me that, hey, yeah, I'll mark this down for you, likely there's no authority for them to do that. And it's not reasonable for me to presume that they did that. However, if they were to say, hey, I'm the manager at Best Buy, I just got off my shift at UPS and I didn't have time to change, well, then that would bring it more into the apparent authority. So this is pretty important. For example, with FedEx, it was UPS that had a large case. It's okay. Now, are they independent contractors? They're employees. Well, let's go through some factors. Do you provide them with a vehicle? Do they have uniforms? Do you control their route? That makes it pretty apparent that you have a lot of control, so they're likely an employee. Well, when it comes to Uber, right, they don't wear uniforms. They use their own cars. So it's a little bit of a strain between the whether they're an agent of Uber. Arguably, they are. Uber argues they're an independent contractor, so there's less liability that Uber has over them than if they were employees. Another thing is frolic and detour, and the classic example is of the FedEx driver. If the FedEx driver was driving, they had a route, but then they stopped, they went to the gas station. It wasn't scheduled, they just wanted something to drink, they wanted some water, and then they got in a fist fight at the gas station. Who would be liable? Anyone want to take a guess? I'll take you right there. And why is that? Okay, there we go. So he said that the FedEx driver, because he took a route that wasn't scheduled. So that's the difference between a frolic and a detour. You know, you could take a detour if you're not on the route, you went to a different route. But arguably, if you went in the store and then you got in a fight, that's a frolic. But then again, what if you have a busy day and FedEx knows that you have no breaks in between routes, and it's commonly expected that you would stop somewhere and get food, or you would stop at a gas station and get something to drink. So this is how those things get a bit teased out. But the reason I'm mentioning this now is that a lot of entrepreneurs, they don't have formal agreements between and among the people that perform work for them. And that can get you into trouble vicariously. And the general rule is that an employer is vicariously liable for the unintentional torts that the employees are acting. Does anyone know what a tort is? A tort is something like negligence. There's different courts of law. There's someone once said tort court, but that doesn't necessarily exist. There's civil court, there's tort, there's family law. But typically when someone sues, it's for some sort of tort. That's a damage done to you, whether it's negligence, whether it's some other factor, but more likely than not, it's going to be negligence. But an intentional tort is something like an act of violence, like you punched someone, you intentionally did that. If you were stretching and you elbowed someone in the face, that's not intentional. But typically when someone commits an intentional tort, that's when it breaks off from the relationship of vicarious liability. Here's some important things to consider when you're starting a business when it comes to tax. Generally, when you're starting a business, or even when you're in a business, we try to tease it out between liability and taxes. More likely, it's going to be a big discussion about taxes. There's employment taxes, self-employment taxes, and unemployment taxes. Oh, I'm missing a slide somewhere in here. All right, I think I duplicated this slide. So I'll talk about self-employment taxes. It's there's been some recent changes to the IRC, which is the tax law, that generally you would have been better off just doing an S corp and going that route or doing an LLC. But when it comes to employment taxes and self-employment taxes, most people here, I think, have had a wage job. And when you look at that, you see that there's a percentage of taxes taken out for employment tax. There's unemployment tax, but in Florida we call it reemployment tax or reemployment. So when you look, you'll see that there's a portion taken out from you, but there's also a portion taken out from your employer. So they pay half of it and you pay half of it. But when you own your own business, say you own your own business, and you have to pay both halves of the tax because you are your own employer. And again, I think Sam will cover a lot of this on Wednesday. I am going to give you just a brief overview of where there are the self-employment taxes. Yes, generally to a LLC. When it comes to a corporation, the answer is no. And the reason being for that is that a corporation is its own entity, its own person, it's subject to its own tax code. So it pays its half no matter what, just like it pays double taxation. And we'll touch, I think basis adjustment is coming up now. Okay, what's the basis? Basis is tax speak for a taxpayer's unrecovered investment in the eyes of the law. There's two types of basis. There's inside basis. That's the basis that the company has in its assets. And then there's outside basis, the basis that the owners have in the assets of the company. And this is very important because this trips a lot of startup founders and entrepreneurs up. Typically how it goes, there's a partner that invests money, there's a partner that invests sweat equity. And the partner that invests sweat equity, if they don't do certain legal precautions, they may find themselves hurting. Let's use an example. Ann and Bob decided to open a lawn care company. Ann invested $5,000 for equipment. She gave $5,000 cash. And Bob does not have any cash to contribute, but he will be the man in the dirt and does have a lawnmower worth $1,000 to contribute. They have no other agreements. There's a concept here called a capital account. And many times when I give this talk, it's the first time someone's heard of a capital account, but it's very important and it controls a lot in your business. And just understand by default, profits are shared equally, losses are shared equally to profits. So they're, profits is 50-50. If you go into a business, it's presumed that it's 50-50 unless you agree otherwise. And generally your losses are, by rule, your losses are shared equally to your profits unless you alter that. So we'll just presume everything is 50-50 in this case, because you can alter the losses due to special allocations. So Bob has a capital account. It's easy to conceptualize a capital account like a bank account. And let's go with that. It's not necessarily correct, but it's easy to conceptualize, and we'll tease it out later. So now we're tracking capital accounts, and you'll notice how effective this is. At the end of year one, the company made $30,000 profit. The equipment bought with Ann's $5,000 is now worth $4,000. It depreciated $1,000, and the lawnmower Bob contributed is now worth $800. It depreciated $200. This is the non-cash asset from $6,000 to $1.2K in depreciation are taken away. So in the beginning of the business, in year one, Ann had $5,000 in her capital account. That means that she invested $5,000 into the business. Bob had $1,000 he contributed via his lawnmower. And the company's balance book had $6,000. But the company made $30,000. And remember, it's split 50-50. So 15 goes to Ann. So 15 plus 5 is 20. 15 plus 1 is 16. So they have $20,000 and $16,000. And on the books of the company, there's $36,000 in the company's balance sheet. And at this point, I'll take a tease out. Who knows what a distribution is? What's a distribution back there? Yes, and distributions are particular to LLCs and partnerships. When it comes to a corporation, what's the term that folks use instead of distribution? Dividends. Dividends are for corporations. Distributions are for LLCs. And that's different than salary. So you have salary and you have dividends, or you have salaries and you have distributions. And I'll say ahead of time, this is going to be a bit painful going through these next 2 to 3 slides, but bear with me. Just look at what time it is right now on the virtual thing so you know where to rewind to. Okay, here we go. So the company decided to do $20,000 in distributions, and they decided to distribute $10,000 to Ann and $10,000 to Bob. Now let's conceptualize over here. The company has $36,000 in its bank account, and then it took $20,000 out. Everyone with me so far? Get a little head nod. Yeah. So now the company has $16,000. When the company makes money, it's like the value goes up. So let's say I invest $10 in my company, right? And my company is worth $10 because that's what I gave it. Well, when the value of the company goes up, let's say it makes $20,000 and my company is worth $30,000. So my value in the company goes up to $30,000, right? So that's with one person. We're doing it with two. So when the company made $30,000, 50-50, Ann's value in the company went from the $5,000 to then it's worth $20,000. Bob went from $1,000 to $16,000. But if they pull money out of the company, then they have to take away from their capital accounts $20,000 or $10,000 each. So $10,000 was distributed to Ann, so her value remaining in the company is $10,000. Bob took $10,000 out, or the company gave him $10,000, so he has $6,000 left in his capital account for the business. And the business's balance sheet is $16,000. And now we're going to go a step further here, and we're going to do something with depreciation, because depreciation is a real thing that has to be considered in businesses. Depreciation is a tax matter. So, for example, if it was a pen, I would expense that pen. I would write it off on my taxes. When it comes to depreciation, it means that the value is longer than a year. So you can't just write it off, so you depreciate it. So let's just say that Ann's equipment depreciated $1,000. So how do we get from this number here to this number here? Is that's a tax saving, right? And this is where it usually gets a bit confusing. Just raise your hand if you didn't follow me so far. I see a hand raise. So when you get a depreciation, that's credited to your capital account, right? Because that's a value that you get back. It's a tax matter, but you have to remember that you have capital accounts that you have to manage. So I'll tell you why this is important. It is when folks pool their money together and they start a business, and the business starts to grow, there's not, and this isn't a fairy tale world where we know exactly what the value is, right? But there's usually other things going on, such as goodwill and other things that affect the value of the business. But here we're just dealing strictly with the value of the assets and the cash that it has in the bank. So when something depreciates, that's a write-off that you get via depreciation. So that's a benefit that you receive. So you receive that depreciation value. So you have to subtract it from your capital account. So the $1,000 that Ann depreciated, now her account is at $9,000. When the $200 depreciation that Bob got, because writing it off, it's a benefit that you receive. So now his capital account's at $5,800. Now the business, together, they have $14,800 in the business. And if the business was to value its assets, it would be the same 14.8 amount, because when they value Ann's assets or her equipment, that's valued at $4,000. And then when you value Bob's lawnmower, is valued at $800. So that's $4,800 plus the cash that they had from the profit that they made. Now we're going to get into year two. And this is where people like Bob get in trouble. When you're the entrepreneur that does the sweat equity partner, is what it's called, this is how you get in trouble. So these are the same numbers from year two, so from year one. So in year two, instead of making a $30,000 profit, the company made a $15,000 loss. And we know losses are shared equally as profits in this example. So $7,500 each. When there's a loss, that affects your capital account. That's the basis you have in your business. So so each of the members are liable for $7,500, right? So 7.5, 9,000 minus 7.5 is 1.5, and 5.8 minus 7.5 is $1,700. So Bob has negative money. Bob has negative money in the business. So there's a couple of things going on here that I'll tease out. One is that we're working with a cash balance. And then two, we're working based on the value of the assets in the business. So I just put that all together as one number, so I won't repeat that to keep the example simple. So there's a $15,000 loss in the business, right? So how does that work? The business had 14.8. The business had 14.8K in value. That was some of the cash left over plus the value of the equipment. So if they liquidate everything, the equipment plus the cash that they had, the business is negative $200. So with that $200, each partner is responsible for half the loss. So Ann has $100. So now when you add money into the business, your value in the business goes up. Makes sense, right? So now Ann's capital account is now 1.6 thousand. Bob had a negative amount. Now he added $100, so now his value in the business is $1.6 thousand. And now the loss disappears. But here's where it goes. It's that you can't have a negative balance in your capital account. It's like a bank account. You can't have a negative balance in that. So Ann started off with a higher balance, even though they both shared all the same liabilities. But because they had to split that loss 50-50, Bob's account ended up in the negative. So to get positive, he has to contribute $1.6 thousand. I should have put another slide in between here. But he contributes $1.6 thousand to get him from 1.6 to 0. But he's at 0, but Ann still has $1.6 thousand value in the business. So how does she get her money out? Bob has to contribute that. So in the long run, Bob has to end up contributing $2.2 thousand to the company. That way that Ann could get her money out. Because if she contributes more money, then her value in the business goes up more. So then it'll just be a reoccurring problem. So Bob, who went into that business to split 50-50 with Ann, she contributed more money to go. In the beginning, he contributed, let's just say, his $1,000 lawn mower. He said, okay, we're going to split everything 50-50. If the business fails and there's a liability, Bob will end up owing money to Ann. And why is that? Because when you wind up a business, you have to bring it to 0. So that's just something important. So I'll say, well, Kurt, how do we fix that? We might understand what you said, but I don't know. How do I, even if I don't understand, what do I do? It's if you're the sweat equity partner in a business, value your sweat. So if I'm putting in $10,000 as the investor and you're the sweat equity partner, say, hey, my sweat is worth $10,000 on the business's balance sheet. And it's a simple fix, but it's something that's just very uncommon. And the investors they probably hired lawyers and they're sophisticated in that sense. So that's a way that they recoup your business. But if you're ever do you have a question back there? So the question was, how do you make it an official sweat equity? And how do you value it? So if you have an operating agreement, does most people know what an operating agreement is? It's so an operating agreement, I'll start this way. Most people know what bylaws are. Bylaws are what governs the nuts and bolts of a corporation. An operating agreement is to a LLC what bylaws are to a corporation. So an operating agreement is a document that spells out how the company can operate, what the rules are, what the votes are, who has what percentage. By default, if you don't have an operating agreement, the Florida statutes, they provide by default operating agreements. Unfortunately, as an attorney, I do litigation. The majority, well, we'll save that for the end. Let's just get through this hard stuff and then we could get through it with examples. About 5 more minutes of this, and then we'll get to some examples to bring it home. But the answer to that is that you value it in the operating agreement. After all the rules, there's usually an exhibit or a schedule that says something along the lines of, this person made this much contribution, that person made this much contribution, and in there is where you value the sweat as a contribution. And we were getting on the downhill side of this. Our entity is expensive. No, it's $50 to register a fictitious name. Most people don't know this, and then you could probably cover your ears if you want to. But I said you should know this, is that even if you go start a business as sole proprietorship, the state of Florida mandates that you at least get a fictitious name. The state, the government, they always want their money. They always want their taxes. And you have to at least get a fictitious name. Most people don't do that. It's not the correct thing to do, but now you know. And you also have to publish it in a magazine or a newspaper. They have a list of places. One thing you need to know about fictitious name, and a fictitious name is typically referred to as a DBA. Whenever you see DBA, that means a fictitious name. And it's not exclusive. If I was to register Kurt One LLC, no one else can register Kurt One LLC. But if I was to register Kurt One LLC and I wanted to do a DBA or a fictitious name as Kurt Business, that's not exclusive to me. Anyone else could go and register Kurt Business as a fictitious name, even in the same jurisdiction. So there's different protections of that. But just so you know, a C corporation is 8750 with all the bells and whistles. And by bells and whistles, I mean certificate of status, certified copy, and all those other jazzes. Typically, banks, I've opened a few bank accounts with businesses. They'll just go and pull it up on Sunbiz. That's good enough for them. So you could probably save, I think it's like the $13.50 or $25 or whatever it is at Sunbiz. Partnerships are expensive. A limited partnership is about $1,000, and a limited liability company with all the bells and whistles is $160. And always remember this, you have to file your annual report before May. If you don't, it's a $400 fine on top of whatever the annual report fees are. And an annual report, it takes generally about 5 minutes. It's mostly making sure that everything is still current, because remember, an entity is a legal fiction created by the state and state laws. So they have to make sure that everything is kosher every single year, that you're still at the same address, that you have the same registered agent, and things of those nature. Back to basis. Incorporated entities do not have outside basis adjustments. Subchapter K does. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. So let's start with a corporation. If I was to stand up a corporation, if you and I were to stand up a corporation, we each put $100 in the corporation, right? And let's say that the corporation bought a $100 printer with our money together. If the value of that printer goes down tomorrow because there's a newer, better printer for say $50, now the value is $50 of the printer. That doesn't affect our basis in the corporation. How do we realize that? Is that now our stock is worth less money. And I'll say that a different way, is it deals mainly with depreciation. So this is the reason why one of the reasons why people don't like to put real estate or buildings inside of a corporation, because as the value adjusts, they don't get the effect of that. But if you're inside of an LLC, let's say that lawnmower depreciated, well then I get to use that depreciation for my taxes because of a flow through. And that's when you think about a corporation, is that when you buy the stock to a corporation, you're thinking of buying into the corporation as a whole. But when you think of like a LLC or maybe even a partnership, depending on what type, it's the aggregate value. So there's different metrics to use, is the simplest way to thinking of it. And it's important because of the choice of entity that you're doing. So in one of the slides where I stated that this is a best way to explain how to choose your choice of entities. There's different decisions that you have to make when picking your entity. It's okay, what do I plan to have an exit? Am I going to deal in real estate? What does my capital income look like, or how much money do I think I'm going to make? And these are all different ways. And this is, so you know, this is a lot of pointed details matters on entity. But for the majority of folks, I think that especially the entrepreneurs I come across, I think that they'll be well served with the LLC. But of course, it's a case-by-case basis. Here's some of the good stuff right here. Is that these are the documents that you should have when you're working with the different type of entity. No matter what entity that you're working with, always get a founder's agreement. And I'll talk about, I'm involved in some bet the company litigation, which is pretty, I guess it's cool for me. But what that means is that they bet the company. It's do or die. It's not about money. It's if one person wins, they get the company. If the other person wins, they get the company. And depending on how valuable that company is, it's a pretty big deal. So what I found in my experience is that a lot of this could be prevented with the founder's agreement. It's something simple. And if you're thinking of going into business with someone, just sit down, just jot down in a notepad or someone take notes and send it to you. This is what we're thinking. This is the percentage that I think I'll have. This is the percentage that you think you'll have. And this is where we'll split responsibilities. It doesn't have to be super formal. It just has to be in writing. And it doesn't have to be in writing, but it's hard to prove it when it's in people's head, because this person will say, no, he was never a co-owner. He was just a glorified assistant. He was just my helper. They were just helping me out. But all this time, you thought you were a co-owner. You shared in profits. You shared in losses. But the person that has the most control at the time that the dispute happened will say, no, that never happened. But if you have a founder's agreement, then there's some sort of evidence to show that this is the relationship that we had. Even better than that is, we'll just go to the, right here to the, we'll just do this block right here, is corporations. There's the pre-incorporation agreements, and there's many steps. There's something called an incorporator. When it comes to partnerships and LLC, they're called a promoter. And that's the person that does the drudge work of going and incorporating the documents, filing the necessary paperwork, and you can have agreements at that phase too. And it's just very important because it's someone's going to say, you know, you have your buddy, you have a great idea. They say they want to help you out. And you say, okay, well, you can start by go filing these documents. They go and file the document, and then they put their name on it. And now they're a 50-50 co-owner, apparently. But if you have a pre-incorporation document, you say, well, no, this is the agreement that we had, and your role was just to go file this document. And it'll save you some heartache down the road. And when it comes to corporations, there's a shareholders agreement. That's an agreement among the different people that will be in the corporation. And it's not as formal as a bylaw, but it's something that you're working with while you get in the way. Articles of incorporation, that's what you file with the state. You can go to Sunbiz over there in the Tallahassee Mall and ask them for a blank articles of incorporation. You write your name, the registered agent, the address, the officers, and you file that with the state. And that's how you get an entity. Many corporations don't. So this right here is what would be a public record, your articles of incorporation, your bylaws. That's a private agreement that only your shareholders should have. And if someone was going to invest in your company, they might want to see your bylaws because they want to know who has the vote, how many shares are authorized. That'll be in your articles as well. But who has the votes, who makes the final decision, the different classes, things of that nature will be found in your bylaws. And then, of course, employment agreements. And let's move on over here because of time to LLCs. The same thing. If you're starting a business, it behooves you to put as much as you can in writing. Hire a lawyer, but if you can't hire a lawyer, I've worked with many entrepreneurs who can't afford a lawyer, and I tell them, hey, Microsoft Word works great because it's a start. Do something in Microsoft Word, email it. I've even dealt with it with text messages. Just as long as you come to a final agreement, it makes it easier. Of course, the more formal, the better, but get something in writing. Don't just rely on, I'll trust the person, because that's how all good litigation starts. And operating agreement, It's the rules, how the company's managed. We mentioned that a bit before, but an operating agreement is a private document. This isn't something that someone will go find on Sunbiz. If you had a company, it's doing well, all three of you all had companies, and I said, hey, I want to join. What I would ask you for, your articles of organization, which is what you filed in Sunbiz to make sure you're a legitimate business. I would like to see whose names are on there. And I'll say, hey, show me your operating agreement. And what I would be looking for, I'll look to say, okay, who controls the business? Who votes? How much did this person put in? How much did that person put in? And all those documents are there. So whenever there's a disagreement, then we know how to resolve it. And here's a cool thing about operating agreements and asset protection. You can put in the operating agreement that if one of the co-owners become liable to substantial judgment by a creditor, they can automatically be kicked out the business. So what does that mean? It's that if you're dealing in a risky business or you have maybe some partners that you don't trust, then you can put in there, hey, if you become subject to a major judgment by a creditor, then I don't want them attacking my business. We're going to automatically kick you out the business. And here's something else that should be inside your operating agreement or whatever relevant agreement that you have. It is what happens when a co-owner wants to leave the business. What do you think should happen? How about you back there, sir? Pardon? You have to wind up? Okay, that's one option. How about you, miss? Okay, so this is what I prefer to do. If a co-owner has to leave a business, then the partners have a right of first refusal to buy their share, or the business has a right of first refusal to buy their share, not shares like stocks, but like their share of the business, or to buy their interest in the business, because you don't want there not to be an operating agreement and then you and I are partners and you don't want to be a partner anymore and then you go sell it to her. Well, what if I didn't want to be in business with her and you're just mad at me, so you're trying to spite me? Well, no, I would have it in my operating agreement that the business has the right of first refusal to buy it. And if the business doesn't want to do it or it doesn't have enough money to do it, then I have the right of first refusal to buy your business or to buy your share of the business. So make sure you think about when folks are exiting, how that works. And when it comes to asset protection, here's a pretty cool thing. You can't force a business to make distributions. So let's say, for example, you and I were in a business together. And here, let's do it this way. Let's say you and I are in a business together and I had a wife and then I got a divorce with my wife. And then that's a weird way. Let's say this. We were in a business together and you had a husband and then you and your husband divorced and then your husband wanted to get your money, right? He can't force the business to pay shares. So there's a difference between the basis that you have in the business, and I was dealing with some family law matters, I guess is why this came up, is that you can't force you can't force the business to make a distribution, to pay. So even if you have a creditor or you gotten a judgment of some sort, right? And they say, okay, every money that you get is that we're going to take that money, right? But they can't make the business give you money, is the sense of it. So it's like an asset protection thing. It happens a lot in family law. It's an alternative. It's used in prenups. It's used in whenever you're dealing in risky businesses. It's used in that sense as well. So where would you find out how that works? In the operating agreement. It can be a very powerful thing. And I'll tell you one time the power of operating agreements. This is by Dean Widener, the former dean of FSU Law. A lawyer drafting either an operating agreement for a limited liability company or a partnership agreement will be attempting to tease out and reduce to writing the basic economic understandings of the co-owners. Core matters including the contributions each owner will make. And I think that was your question over there, Miss, earlier. Is how do we document the sweat equity, the contributions, how much credit will be given for each of those contributions. So for dollars, it's pretty easy. It's a dollar for dollar value. For sweat equity, you can come to a reasonable understanding of it. If you're contributing a lawnmower, you can go to an estimate, you can get the fair market value and things of that nature. And here's where it gets more important, how each owner was sharing profits, how they were sharing in losses. And we typically think of things 50-50, but you have to know that losses are very much a separate thing from profit. And don't just think that it necessarily goes together. How they'll share in distributions, the price to be paid to the end of a buyout. And these are exit strategies that you have to think of ahead of time. We have 2 more minutes. Okay. Here's some other things that you have to be considerate of. When you enter into a business, and it's very important, you have fiduciary duties to the business, and you may or may not have fiduciary duties to the partners. So it's not just going into a business and it's only about the business. You have duties of loyalty, duties of care, and you can't just go open a competing business with the LLC. I've seen it happen all the time. I'll join this person's business, learn, and then I'll open my own business. And we're going to get into the wrapping up of it here. Take a note here. These are the 10 big legal mistakes made by starters. Just try to avoid these things here. And the bonus is always check for IP. You don't want to go invest significantly into a business and it's already registered or trademarked or already protected by someone else, because you'll do a lot of building the brand and you may end up losing what you built. So always do an IP check. And I shouldn't tell you this, but I will, is especially when dealing with lawyers, it's most lawyers get paid by the hour, right? So if you, there's a, it's still being recorded, so I won't say it out loud. But most lawyers get paid by the hour, right? So it's pretty good to get an understanding of what you want, try to tease it out. And this is good for you as well. So you have more understanding of the documents that you're reading. Do a lot of research ahead of time. And it's generally good to bring something and have the lawyer start from scratch, because then it may be more expensive. They may have a form document, but it's always good for you to do research beforehand, because you want to cut down on that hourly rate. Some simple forms like operating agreements, it'll probably be a flat fee, but just be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kurt, for that. Awesome. He also has been a track captain for Startup Week Tallahassee this year and helped us line up 3 events. So check out the schedule if you don't know already, domestation.org/TLH Startup Week. We also have a happy hour in pretty much like right now.
Like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's fine. No, so we're going to get a bunch of other guests coming up, hosted by Grow Tallahassee. Thank you so much to Jim Moran College for hosting this awesome day to kick off the event. It wouldn't be possible for venue partners like that and their team. And also, hang around. Please get your drink tickets if you haven't already. And also, you obviously have to be 21 years and older, any college students over here. So to be so yeah, connect and network with everyone. Stick around. We have a special guest, and Grow Tallahassee will come and introduce their group. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Grow Tallahassee Board of Directors, we thank you all for attending tonight as we wrap up day one of Startup Week Tallahassee. If you'd like to guide yourselves to your seats, we'll go ahead and get the presentation started. Grow Tallahassee is a local nonprofit organization aiming to promote economic development and growth within the greater Tallahassee, Leon County region. Our goal is to support the local businesses, community, promote investments, entrepreneurship, and workforce development program. Now, our first speaker tonight is Thomas Whitley. He is the Director of Strategic Innovation for the City of Tallahassee, and I asked him to give me a fun fact about him. He's got a PhD in religion.
This just for in the room, right? Everybody hear me okay?
We're able to get some knucklehead at some point, it's gonna do something. But we have a 0% recidivism. Tied to that, we talk a lot lately in our community and at the city about affordable housing. And so, people can say that they think we're doing a good job or not a good job. I know that what we're doing today is better than the city of Tallahassee has ever done in its history with regard to affordable housing. And we know that housing affordability is not something that's only an issue here in Tallahassee, it's an issue all over the country. So we see home prices rising here. You might know the median home price in Tallahassee. I'm going to tie all this together at the end, so it doesn't seem too disparate. Economic development. Cargo that industrial passenger. Okay, I'm confident we're going to get some international passenger flights. We'll go or something like